afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the NWO show, your source for everything New World. We have day 2 of the beta here with McLeod. You can see his stream up in the top right. I am wearing the wrong mic on my head. So, it's kind of a high bar to have the right fucking headset on when you go live. God damn it. Oh. That's what we get, guys. That's how we do this. Yeah, good times. So we are at it with a grind, mid-level 20s. Basically just gonna make this work. We're gonna do it. For those that don't know, the town board quest, just kind of completing those, is honest to God one of the best ways to do this. These ones are not worth it because they require a whole bunch of stuff. And yeah. Yeah, mistake number 1, yeah. Of many, I'm sure, for this stream alone. Yeah. Good times. So, this is what I was talking about yesterday. We're gonna be kind of going down here, then we're gonna kind of like make a loop. Actually, you know what we should do is we should kind of just like do one of those. Yeah. But let's get going. Let's do some grind. We need stone while we're out. Actually, I'm carrying a bunch of extra crap. Let's cut down on stuff. So, some news. Apparently, the new NVIDIA drivers for the 3000 series are having some problems. And I'm realizing that I can't hear McLeod because although I switched headsets, I didn't switch outputs.
Yay! I can hear you.
But can you guys hear him?
I can confirm that I'm coming through the stream now.
You are coming through the stream?
Yes.
Okay. Good, because I don't know how that works. It's probably going to stop working here in a second, because... There we go. Alright. Just to confirm, you guys can hear us, theoretically. We do have actually a sound problem, because I can't hear... Nope, never mind.
You good?
Yes, I think. Can you talk once more?
I can talk once more.
Okay. Yes, there we go. We're good. We're good. Yep. Awesome.
Cheers, cheers, Jennifer.
Yeah. So good times. Good times in the alpha. Not by all. Apparently, there's been really long wait queues, which has not been my experience. But not negating anybody else's experience in the process here.
When you consider that some of the high pop servers or the highest pop servers have had queues ranging in the thousands, like, yeah, that should explain the problem.
You get out of the city, my frame rate is terrible. So what's funny is, like, we had planned to I keep kidding television because you only have so we had planned to actually have or I had planned to buy a 3090 so that we could effectively stream with a dual PC setup and all that. I think it's really funny. I think it's really sad in a lot of ways, but I also think it's really funny that, like, there's as many people as there are having um, like just comically bad issues with their graphics cards. And I want to address this on two fronts. The first is that it's not the game, it's your graphics driver. The second is that if you're having temperature problems in your computer, it is almost 99% of the time not the problem of any software. It is more so the problem that you don't have enough cooling in your computer, which has been shown to be the case in a number of times where people have said, "Hey, my CPU's like going through the roof." Well, okay, the individual apparently had just replaced their CPU. Just replaced their CPU, and guess which critical component that goes in between the CPU and their cooler they forgot. Yeah. The best cooler on the planet, but if you don't have any thermal paste, you're fucked. So
the current kind of Ryzen stock sort of method to put your CPU on is actually quite awkward to put on if you're struggling with like space around your CPU.
Absolutely.
Surprisingly awkward, in actual fact. The whole hook and the whole hook kind of thing. It's really fucking weird. Yeah. It's really awkward.
I'm so people. This is gonna date me quite a bit here. I am a fan, and one, thank you for the follow, SunnyBunny251. Really appreciate it. I am a fan, and this is gonna make me seem like an old man. But I am a firm fan of the old way that the old Pentium 2s mounted as a slot. Like they mounted as base. They look kind of like a graphics card was mounted the wrong way in your thing.
Yeah, interesting.
It's been so long since we've hit that point, or since we've had that. But I honestly think that it was actually a pretty good way of doing things. Because like it came with its own like heatsink way of doing things, and yeah,
ain't bad.
That said, obviously like the current method of mounting your CPU and installing a cooler, as somebody who is running a high end, let's run some numbers here. My GPU is running at 99%. My CPU is running up there as well. Thermal wise, trying to find the thermal numbers here. Unable to find my thermals. Why is my go to Radeon? Apparently we need to go to them for better tracking on things than Windows. Alright, a little bit of food. Performance. Additional metrics. So, under full load, to give you guys the numbers here. Current temperature, my GPU at 99% is rocking 75C. That is not overly hot for a graphics card. My current temperature for my CPU is 61C. That is not overly hot for a CPU. I am in no way afraid of the temperatures, and I have been playing almost all day. Um, so it is not a issue with everybody's computer. Um, it is a very select set of computers with brand new equipment that has already been shown in several other games that it is highly likely to have manufacturer's defects. We know this because the 3090s had the everything from the capacitor problems where they used shitty capacitors because these were the only ones they could get their hands on. And then, they also apparently have a new driver problem, which is going to be all kinds of fun for them to figure out because mass RMAing, 3090s is not exactly something that that they're going to be super happy to do as a company in a GPU shortage environment. But yeah. Yeah. I had a 45-minute wait timer yesterday. Yeah, we're seeing some of them, and here's the reality with some of these servers. People are connecting. They're trying to everybody play on the same server. Now here's the other problem. There aren't enough servers for everyone. So initially, you had people sitting in queue for 8 hours with 15,000 people, before them. Well, okay, at that point, you've got 15,000 people trying to be shoehorned into a system or into a server that is, as we've discussed a number of times, probably in the ballpark of 3,000 to 5,000. So you have 3 times the maximum player base being shoehorned onto the same server in a queue. So, being real, what did people really expect there? And then, yeah, you're gonna wait in queue a long time if that's the absolute server that you absolutely have to play on. The reality is they also didn't have enough servers, which is a problem. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about that. That needs to be fixed badly before launch. But how would you plan for that? We were sitting here it'd be really cool if they broke 100K. Do they have enough servers for that? Do they have a backup plan? Because you look at the preview event from last year. The preview event from last year topped out at 52,000. So being real, hitting 190,000 people trying to play is almost double an optimistic expectation. So you know what I mean here? What do you even say to that? I don't know what to say to that. Glad they were able to spool up additional servers. They probably still need more. In some regions, I know Australia appears to have all of their servers are full. I haven't had any problems with the servers. As a fair in fact, I wrote in my feedback to them that I'm really impressed with their top-notch stability. Seems like not everyone had that experience. Once you get onto a server, everything's good. There's been some last night we had issues where mobs just stopped spawning for a little bit in certain areas. So things weren't 100% solid, but they weren't game-breakingly awful. You just moved to a different part of the server, and the way that the nodes work, it was respawning stuff elsewhere. So part of the quest line you couldn't complete, which okay, and is what it is. I'm on a high population server and haven't waited in queue once. Like me too. I logged in this morning and we haven't been waiting. Like, that said, there are some servers out there that have a very long wait even today because everybody wants to go play with the giant big name streamers and all of them over on, what is it, Olympus or Atlantis? Are the two like that just have like comical load times right now. So this is the Shattered Obelisk. And actually, on the back side of this is one of the entrances to an expedition. I don't have a key to that expedition, otherwise we'd see if we could find a group. But there's also nowhere near enough people to run anything at this point. Trying to mess with me? Like, I'm not flagged. So I've got a lot of blueberries. Are they good? Yes. Always. Oh, so here's the deal with food. If you can, pick it up. One, you're getting the harvesting skill. Two, you can use any food in the lower tiers on the recipes in order to complete them. So like, if you're trying to make T5 food, you can throw in a mass quantity of blueberries, which are in abundance. So like I've got 250 of them right now. Like, just pick them up when you get them, so that when you go to craft T5 stuff, or any tier stuff, you can mass produce these. I'll show you guys what I mean by this, because tier 3 is obviously like kind of where I'm at for cooking, because like we just got Syndicate just took Monarch's Bluff, and the other faction took whatchamacallit here, Everfall and Windsward. So we're eventually going to get some leveled up cooking, but you can also do it from your camp, which is really important. Like cooking is easily the most important, like one of the most important end game abilities for you to have is to have really good food. It sounds silly, it sounds stupid, but like food is stupid important. It's a consumable, you have to make more of it, and the bonuses that it can give you, especially on the high tier stuff, like right now I'm spamming for heals. Like you just spam low tier foods, like that's nothing. Like I use that all of the time, no big deal. Eventually when you get to the high tier foods, it becomes a little bit more expensive to heal yourself, so like you might want to consider having a buddy with a life staff, because that'll save you a lot of time. But yeah. So, I'm gonna pin this because we're right here. Explore chests. Okay, so we'll start up there then. And like I've talked about this in the past. Like always do like these loops. So like I'm gonna go all the way down here, and then I'm probably gonna take the fast travel back. Actually, no. I'm gonna run to Windsward and see if there's any other missions there. There's also like rarer drops when it comes to food. Travel rations, like to level 100%. Just make rations because they're the easiest thing to do. And get the highest tier that you can make. So like, let me show this because this is actually pretty important stuff. Need a little piece of flint. Flint. Is there really no flint? Like... There it is. Q&A, I have a question about service. Absolutely. Here, totally game to listen and answer whatever questions you might have, because that's what we do.
But also understand that we're not actually like, we're just streamers. We're not like, we don't have like intimate knowledge as to how AWS works.
I mean, depends on which part of AWS, but so here this is important. So okay, we have a tier 2 food, and then you can put anything as the other one. Like, it doesn't have to be a tier, only tier 2 stuff. So like, I'm mass grabbing this. This is why I also grab honey all the time, because that's free tier. Like, that's, when you get into the tier 4 and tier 5 foods. So like, let's grab satisfying meal. So like, you could fill this with blueberries, you could fill this with honey, you could fill this with cranberry. As long as the top one is that tier of food, then you're good to go. So on the EU servers, many people can't connect. Do you know when it will be possible? So here's my advice: go into your list of servers, and look for any that are not high pop. I know they've been trying to spool up additional servers, and they've been trying to add capacity, but it's been obviously, login server expedition error. That's a new one. So so just going off of what it says there, I'm assuming that means the login so the login server and the game server are two different things. The login server handles that queue, handles the the trade-off between between the actual like client that you log into and then the game that you're trying to connect to. Because it's basically trying to hand you off to somewhere. That server might be down. If it is, I would assume that will be up very soon. Like, I know they've had a ton of challenges with that specific. Like, they've had a lot of challenges with their servers. Like, let's be real. Like, and almost all of it is because like there are way more people than anyone ever expected. And like, I thought it was funny yesterday until I checked the numbers, because it was like, oh, everybody's just trying to play on one server, which is actually a problem in itself, because that's going to like put mass load on that login server. But at the same time, it's got other problems. It's much more nuanced than that as well, but like, yeah. Is it late or early for you? It is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm US East Coast. I am a like very short car ride from the server, so like I'm very, very, very close by. So, repeat the question. Do you go hard in this beta, knowing everything will be wiped? I assume you've played the start of New World many times. Yeah. So, okay, between McLeod and I... McLeod, are you still here? Because I can't actually hear you.
Yeah,
I haven't heard you in a while. Oh, all right. Just want to be sure. Saw your gameplay still moving, but I was like, I haven't heard him. But so here's my mentality. We've played a lot, and by a lot I mean like a lot. This is probably character 25, 30, somewhere between 20 and 30 that we've leveled over the last few years. Like, many, many, many times, and I'm not overly worried. I'm not overly worried about getting to 60, but like, I'm gonna play a bit. I took some vacation to do this. I'm probably gonna take some vacation for launch as well, just to relax. But I mean, like, if you don't want to, I think the important thing with this beta is that, one, you give it a try, so that you know if you like it, and like play as much as you want to. Like, that's really the important part. When the game launches, then go ham. Like, don't there's a ton of streamers out there who are gonna sit there and be like, oh, you gotta get to 60 because that's where Outpost Rush starts, and the PvP gets so much better at level 60, and like, yeah, but like there's also the journey there. There's also the fun of experiencing it, and that experience takes time. So like, don't cheat yourself on the experience of getting there. Like, there's a reason that all of these people who are trying to like burn to 60 are all kind of former alpha players. Like, we've all seen all of this. Like, this isn't there are some changes, and we can't talk about what changes those are because they haven't released patch notes as a difference between the two. But at the same time, like, fundamentally, we've leveled characters before. We know these systems in and out. So like, we're not interested in the nuance, the a lot of the fun stuff that like people experiencing it for the first time are gonna have a lot more fun with, like the voiceovers and stuff like that. We're aiming for get to the end, and of course, like, as a streamer, you've also got the incentive of being like, yo, this is shit we want to do, because like, if you're streaming, who wants to watch the level 2? You want to watch the guy who's level 60 doing the end game stuff, because it like is the end game worth getting to. It's answering questions that that you don't want to put the work into, because for the exact reason you listed. We don't want to, you don't want to burn out before the game launches. I know, like, McLeod and I, prior to launch, like, we actually had discussions about like how much we were going to play, and how much more of the alpha we were going to play, because there's the legit fear of tester fatigue. Like,
Oh yeah.
we've been, like, when we say we've been playing this for 3 years, we've been playing this for 3 years. So like, you smack a tree with an axe. Like, we've been there, done that. Like, got the T-shirt for years. So yeah. How's Firestaff looking after the changes? McLeod, you're intelligence build, aren't you?
I am, yeah. It's okay. It's not like it's not as great as it has been. The thing is with the Firestaff is, and you'll find it with other different weapons, is there are enemies that are fairly resistant to it, and especially when it comes to the Firestaff, like ancients, like the sort of like the fucking walking sort of skeletons kind of thing. They are highly resistant to fire. So it's one of those things where you'll kind of find that you're having to deal with those constantly in sort of like from a low to mid level, and so the fire stuff is like kind of sucks in comparison to other weapons when you're dealing with PvE in that regard. But like, other than that, like, it's still pretty good in terms of PvP.
You guys might hear like a buzzing. For some reason, my office is starting to heat up, and like my AC is running and says it's going at the right thing, but like, having some trust issues with it. So if my mic sounds like there's a little bit of like a buzz, that's a small fan sitting next to me, and the Dyson's running behind me. I just got an email from Secret Labs.
Well, your ass is parked on a Secret Labs chair, so...
Yes. For those that don't know, we're one of the smallest streamers that Streamer Labs has ever partnered with. So, like, I was pretty happy. Like, it's kind of a good deal for both parties, because, like, if people buy through that link, like, we get supported, but, like, we don't push it, because, like, if you're gonna buy, the way we see it, if you're gonna buy a chair and you're looking at it, you might click into it and think, hey, this is cool, or not. Like, could care less if you guys buy the chair. Like I bought one, I love it, but like it's also not the same feeling for everyone. So like, you know,
it's somewhat of a rare purchase. So like, it's not like you're buying like I don't know, fucking another six, another 6 cans of beer, that kind of thing. Like it's once you've bought a chair that you like you're good for a few years, right? So at least. So it's one of those. It's one of those fairly rare purchases. But like, if you want quality, then yeah, Secret Labs definitely does have that.
Mm-hmm. Apparently, they just launched the email I got is that we need to change our stuff below the thing eventually here, because they just launched a new chair, and it's got a number of different changes to it apparently. That so like people have apparently complained that the headrest cushion that is right back here, this guy, they apparently don't like that on the 2020 version that it's on there with the elastic band. So apparently they changed it to be magnetic, which I don't know how that's going to work with high-end electronics on people's heads, but
I mean, you have a point.
Like, I'm sure they've tested that theoretically, hopefully. If not, that'll be all kinds of fun. But as I've said, like, I'm not here to sell you a chair because 99.99% of you aren't interested in buying a chair. But that's what it's down there for. It's down there to be like, if you're interested, there. Among other things, like, we got the Amazon stuff down there. We got, I can do my FCC disclosure now as well. We are in fact a Amazon creator. So like,
as in we're in the Amazon Creator Program, like Amazon.
Yes. Amazon Games Creator Program is something we are actually in. We are actively supported by them in terms of some of the assets that you've seen on stream already. A lot of the stuff we've built, a lot of the stuff we've gotten from other areas, we've paid for, we've done other things. The loading screen, our transition, to give you guys an idea of what that looks like. That transition right there, cool stuff, really cool stuff. But also requires that we say that we are actually supported by Amazon Game Studio. I used to be able to say not financially, but at some point in time, one of their devs decided he was going to sub the channel, which was an experience for sure. But yeah,
I think he did it just to screw with us.
yeah. But I think we can agree the 50-50 split on the sub cost there is not enough to buy me off.
Yeah, just a bit.
Yeah, if you can buy me for less than a cheeseburger, there's a problem.
Oh yeah.
Or it's a really good cheeseburger. I'm not judging. Alright. Little trick of the trade here. Pull out the secondary, and you'll get weapon XP on both. That's substantial better defense and better dex, but the damage against corrupted is going to be painful. Slowly gearing up to T2 or T3 gear, which is a little bit of a challenge right now because like I keep getting sent to places like this that don't really have anything. They've got higher level enemies, like they've got enemies that can drop the T3 stuff. So like, good way to start fights like this is to just shoot him, and then I'm gonna get XP on both. Yeah, I'm going Dexcon, so yeah, 95, 34. Not getting involved in whatever that is. Sent me up here, and I have yet to find any of the crates that it's looking for, and he's... Go. And that's why you play games in the open world right there. So you get the random assistance of other people that definitely help you out. And then of course you get shot in the back by a lost hunter who needs to learn to stay dead. To ignore int, even though it's the secondary in the musket, yeah, kind of. And like the reality is, I'm kind of going for like basically all dex items. So like, it's more than just musket spear. I've got some other stuff that I've been working on, like I've been working on the rapier and that. But I picked up this T3 musket, and I figured I might as well start leveling that as well. The Mystic, good to see you. Thousands of hours of CS and Apex are paying off, absolutely. Like that's like one of the things I really dig about this is that like the game rewards you for landing a headshot, or like basic positioning where like very few people know, like hot take, very few people know this. Shoot people in the back. There is additional damage that you can deal to people by just shooting them in the back.
It's called a backstab bonus.
Yes. How's the rapier gameplay so far? It's pretty good. If I had mine on, I would totally pull it out. Rapier is kind of a fun weapon because it's really timing based. Jeez, here I am thinking I'm like, I've dug myself a hole to like sit and look at another screen for 2 seconds, and like.
How do you mean?
I just keep getting shanked in the back by this friggin' whatchamacallit. Dex is totally viable. Like it's a really good build. One of the ones that I keep seeing with the gems at the end game is actually intelligence. Intelligence, but still using dex-based weapons. Because, little known fact, you can get gems that deal elemental damage that takes your intelligence as its primary stat. So basically swaps like 60 to 80% of your damage to a different damage type that scales off your intelligence instead. So like you can use a dexterity-based weapon as a intel. but it also changes the damage type that it deals, which is kind of an important factor as well, especially like if you're going against this guy's just like triggered from stupid far away right now. Like, I'm the same level as you. What is your deal? And where is this other crate? Like,
yeah, there's been a few missions where the crates have been like kind of awkward to find.
it's a lot of Constitution for those shorts, but I'm not switching off my faction ones for those. The other problem is like the way this is set up. Hey, thanks for the follow. The way this is set up really doesn't like I want to say like tile set, but that's not the right phrasing for this. Really does not lend itself to being seen. Oh my god.
Oh, you're down in spooky territory.
Yeah, I'm trying not to trigger everything either. Like, as much as I love showing off the combat, like, I also really kind of hate fighting these freaking gravediggers, who, of course, even though I'm way past him, manages to trigger on me over here. But yeah, let's totally. So, this guy, directional based attack. So he won't take damage if you were hitting him on the back while that thing is active. You guys have the Twitch drop for armor? Did I get through to them and they actually... It says drops enabled under the stream for the auto tag. So like, yeah. So apparently watching the stream now apparently can get you in on the rewards. For the love of God, guys, come on!
What's going on?
Like, I am like super long range triggering like everything in this entire fucking graveyard. Like, not even intentionally either. I'm just trying to find this last fucking crate. It's around here somewhere. Like, oh, there it is. Oh, good.
I had that in a pirate area.
Motherfucker, like, there's another one.
I was trying to find like a like the last crate in like a pirate area. I think it was like east of Everfall. And I swear to God, I couldn't find it, and we were triggering just every single thing. It was ridiculous.
Yeah. I'm just gonna attack him because I'm at this point I'm committed. Like, everything in this graveyard is just gonna die a dozen times because it can't learn to stay dead. See this? So now you can do one of two things. He doesn't turn very quick, so like, you know, you can get behind him and hit him. I say this as one of them spawns in right in view of me, but I think I got saved by the hitbox on that pole. Enemies do actually have like a vision-based detection. So like this guy's vision, because he's faced that direction, is apparently broken. Like. Because he was triggered on me anyways. Wondering, like, is the other crate, like, up here somewhere? Like, am I missing something? Oh. Yeah, the aggro range in here is a little bit ridiculous right now. The house is north of the graveyard. Oh my god. For real. We ride. Oh, nope, even better. I'm just blind because I was in here before and didn't pick this up. And I even looked around the room multiple times. I have been having an issue where, like, the light over the boxes disappears, so, like, you know, it spawns a little dot, but it isn't spawning the light which is supposed to be coming out of it when it's when you could still grab from it. I'm getting out of here. I'm tired of fighting ghosts. I've gone full Ghostbuster at this point. Do we go down to Windsward and run those? Yeah, I think so. Let's run to Windsward. Yeah, I'm wondering if they're also showing up with the red. So like, see how his level tag is in red there. He's 2 levels below me. That's not supposed to show red. That's supposed to show just like gray. So like, I don't know what the deal is with that. And you know, again, I'm gonna trigger everyone and their mother on my way through here. Apparently cooled off because now I'm freezing. But I mean, there's tons of really cool stuff with this. I think the missions that they've changed, or the quests that they've changed, have really done a lot for the game. 6, Jesus. I've probably got another level's worth of missions to turn in Everfall right now. That I'm just gonna wait and do the ones down here and then turn them in. I think you can accept up to 25 or 30 quests at a time.
That's quite a lot.
It's quite a lot. It creates a lot of locations on the map and a lot of things that are, you know, a little bit more challenging to track than others. And yeah. Good times. Also really happy, we got retweeted by the official Play New World Twitter last night, on congratulating them for hitting 190,000 people on the first day of the beta. You know, obviously yesterday was a challenging day for just about everybody. Whether you were grinding, whether you were, you know, grinding the login menu, or working for Amazon trying to are there any blatant issues with the game right now? There's some bugs. There's definitely bugs.
There's some phishing related bugs that have been aggravating people quite a lot. Yeah, that's been pretty bad because you know, some people have been literally disconnected, like their games have kind of crashed in that regard. And you know, that becomes doubly frustrating, especially if you're on a high pop with a queue, because you're back in at the back of the queue to get into the server. So yeah, those have been particularly trying.
Aside from that, like, I haven't really, like, last night we had some problems with the whole TP everyone away from the fort if there's more than 25 people there is a bit of an issue. I know what they're trying to do, but at the same time, that like doesn't create an opportunity of balance and that the last night we ran into an issue where stuff just wasn't respawning, and that stopped everyone's progression cold.
Yeah, that was pretty. That was a hard kind of because that also that prevented some respawning that actually stopped people from completing or going forward on the mainline quest, storyline quest. I know I was basically stopped at that point as well.
Yeah. Trying to think of what else, like, we haven't had anything too big of an issue. I think there's some areas that like NPCs might be the dynamic system for respawns might be tuned a little too sensitive. Where like I was in a wolf den that like 5 other people were there and basically was infinitely spawning wolves as fast as we could kill them. Like, and not just regular wolves, but like pack leaders. So like that was an experience for sure. Some spawning issues as well with things not like spawning at the right place or right time. Like, here, this is why you do this. So I can make T2 food here, but I can use T3 food to backfill, even though I only have like a little bit of T2 food. So, but I've got 200 of these that I just picked up. So like, sure, I'm burning T3 stuff, but like, I also need that to level to, to get my T3, which will unlock at level 50, which now is... Oh, it wants red meat for that. Yeah, I'll have to go kill... I don't have any meats for that yet. It needs protein. I'm definitely not one of the people that's like foaming at the mouth asking for stagger back, because I believe that there's plenty of CC in the game as is, and that like adding any more would just be redundant, and contribute to a less than stellar gameplay. Yeah, stagger's an interesting topic, and like some of the people that are fighting for it, I understand why, but like I'm also very hesitant because like I think that it's a valuable mechanic for PvE. For single players, it's and where its real problem comes into play is when you get more than 3 people in a fight, because you can just permanently stagger somebody. Yeah, the way it was just wasn't good. There's got to be a better way to do it, and I think with the like, just the quantity of kill an elk and puma. Okay. sure I have to go in there at the end of this. Would be like super thick forest, like. Yeah, stagger's a weird topic because it really is something that in a 1v1 isn't bad. Like, I mean, you could showcase examples of how it could be bad by like remembering the hatchet from last year. But it's also got the challenge of, it isn't balanced for many people. Like anytime you get a larger fight, you're just infinitely knocked, and you can't do anything, and you can't. There's no player agency on the action anymore. The hell are the puma? Like,
are you hunting puma south of Windswich?
Yeah.
Yeah, that area. Yeah, that area is kind of like over farmed for puma. It's a bit ridiculous.
Oh, I actually have to get the antlers too.
Cheers, buddy.
Balls. Oh, they did us a solid here. Which one? Yeah. And I got more ammo out of that too.
What's up?
Just killed an elk that was packing.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Guy's got ammo. Group you? Here, yeah. Let's, isn't there like a Twitch setting that like, how do I summon people with Twitch?
I'm not sure about that.
Is this a thing? Twitch subscriber army? Oh. How much would I bet that's another thing that they made just for the big guys?
It'll probably just be for subs, yeah. Or for the big guys and for the subs. Yeah, probably. Wouldn't surprise me.
Group invite sent. I just missed out on one, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Got him. There we go. The nice thing is they drop the antlers as an item, so you don't actually have to skin them. Yeah, I'm not set for PvP right now. The problem is like everywhere you go in terms of like any of the actual like normal quests and stuff like that, you just get blobbed by massive amounts of people. All right, there you are. Where are we going? Oh, hey. Right up here. Oh yeah, thanks for the chat, man. Stop by anytime. just gonna hit fire. um. I can't actually hear voice chat either. I'm trying to bet that's probably set on my other headset.
Awesome.
It is. So is the other one. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, and I'm still amazed. Like, you know, I know like a ton of people are gonna be like, oh, you know, this isn't like. How goes day 2? Day 2 is going great. Day 2 is going great. We're already level 22. We're flying through stuff. It's going wonderful. Like I have not experienced a lot of the problems that many people have in terms of like login queues and stuff like that. But we also didn't pick like the highest population servers on the planet, so there's that. We have had people in our groups have problems in terms of like getting back in, like, you know, 10 o'clock last night. It was pretty difficult to get back into our server. It was like almost a half hour. So, see that? Note, I got the musket increase there, even though I finished him off with the spear. So like, if you're trying to level a weapon that you don't have any abilities for, use one that you do, but like start the attack with the other one. You know, that way, like, especially like ranged weapons work great for that because you can engage and not be penalized for the gap close. When you go to swap weapons. So, you know, if we pre-order right now, are we able to get into the closed beta? Yes. If you pre-order right now on Steam, it should add it automatically to your games list. There should be 2 of them. One of them will say New World Beta, and the other one will say New World. Don't use the one that says New World because it won't let you install anyways. The one that says New World Beta should. If you want to support the channel and you don't mind waiting, or like you trust Amazon more than you trust Steam, or you don't want to put the money up front. So like, here's the big difference. If you don't want to pay anything right now, Amazon's pre-order won't charge you until the game comes out on the 31st. And of course you can return, like, cancel the pre-order. But once you place the pre-order, it's going to take anywhere from like 15 minutes to 2 days. I think they said 48 hours to 2 days to get the key from Amazon if you pre-order through them. Steam is much faster. The difference is, honest to God, that Steam is going to charge you right off the break because Steam's a third party and they want their money. Hope they have more content in the launch, or people will try everything in the beta and in the launch with lack of content. Yeah. So here's the thing, like, you know, I'm level 20, like, we're flying, like, many of the people who are super high leveled already are people who have done this 1,000 times. So like, we know how to min-max all of these systems. We know how to like do all of this stuff. And then you end up in circumstances like this where you're waiting for 4 more freaking pumas to respawn. You know, like, it is what it is sometimes with these. But like, yeah. Still don't have your key. Reach out to their customer support. On our Discord, search the Twitter channel. And they've been linking people to their like customer support. I think it's like newworld.com, and then there's a support tab somewhere on it. That you can I mean, they give so many keys. So like, you know, I'm pretty sure like if people complain that they just give them a key. Yeah. Like it shouldn't, you know. Yeah. Yeah, I would just poke their support team, because, you know, you should have gotten it by now.
Some people have seen that, like, some people have said that they've not had an email, but they've had to go into like the orders page where they pre-ordered it, and like it kind of shows up there in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, somebody said there was another way of like digital orders or something like that like it was showing
sometimes,
up.
Yeah, sometimes when you get digital orders for things, like they can appear like not as an email to you, but like somewhere on the orders kind of section when you're looking at past orders, like something along those lines. So definitely check there as well.
Oh yeah, and that, you know, figure the more people the better. I should really take a look at SteamDB and see what's up. Oh my god, we're at 170,000 right now.
Oof, on SteamDB, nice.
Yep. Had some hiccups because they rebooted some servers. But appears to still be on track with the increase. I'm getting some wicked heartburn. I'm gonna step away for like a minute and grab some Tums. Be right back.
Oh, okay. Oh, nice. You actually got the Golden Age armor skin. Cool. That's great. I'm glad that we're actually finally getting drops from on the channel. That's really awesome. But yeah, thanks for confirming it.
Just claim the Golden Rage. That's what I'm talking about. We do have Twitch drops set up, so if you watch the stream for an hour, you actually get the Twitch drop.
Yeah. You have to make sure that your Twitch, well, you know, it, as is always the case when it comes to a Twitch drop, you have to make sure that you know your Twitch and your game is kind of like connected. So it knows where to actually send it to you.
It's gonna drive me crazy because I can't remember what the Warframe's name is.
Well, that looks very much like it.
Yeah, that looks almost exactly like that armor.
I love the fact that those notes give you 100. Like they're giving me like 105 now. 105 XP.
Oh yeah. So, well, I got something interesting here. So there's 170,000 people right now. There was 190,000 yesterday. Obviously, there's some people who were like, let's just wait until they figure out their servers. And of course, it's a Wednesday.
It's a Wednesday, and for the US at least, it's like middle of the afternoon.
Yeah. And not everybody's like me where they're going to take time off for this. So, yeah. So things to note there. Friday, you're going to have people with like, compressed work schedules and type stuff. I'm just gonna hang out over here and wait for the ones over here to just respawn. Because I'm really getting tired of running and not finding anything. Our technical support team is working on to fix it soon. And do it a code soon. Hey, that's good. Like, that's a step in the right direction. Hopefully it comes through. Like, so here's the deal. Like, effectively speaking, all of their servers are just overloaded. Like,
yeah,
because like planning assumptions be damned. Going off of the preview event, you could have assumed that like, oh hey, this is going to be a popular game, right? Well, what we didn't know was that, yeah, it's going to be a popular game. You can't pre-order for New World from Amazon because is like a law in Canada about that? Like, because you're the second person who's told me that, and like one of our mods is Canadian, and I think he pre-ordered on Steam though. So
it might be the. Is it just not allowing you to pre-order at all, or is it like pushing you to the American site and then you can't order it?
Yeah, Crown ordered his on Steam.
I'm just wondering if it's an affiliate thing or not.
One of my comments for this game: this needs to change. Like, waiting for one of two spawns.
Oh yeah, no, I've talked to them about like spawn before.
Feel kind of bad for my other Reddit mods, because like, kind of just like threw him to the fire and was like, "Good luck, guys. I'm going streaming." And like, I'm watching just the like flow of the mod queue. It's just a shit show. Tiger in the bushes.
So I think one of the interesting things is like, especially when it comes to people's styles of play, right? Is like how zoomed in and how zoomed out you are. Like I don't know if you can kind of see on my screen, but like I'm pretty zoomed out right now. You see?
Oh yeah. Yeah, and you can
Play
zoom all the way in too.
Which is much more of a sort of like a MOBA style kind of, or like, World of Warcraft style. But you can zoom real close in as well. Like you can zoom like nice and decently in. Like so it's quite a visceral experience when you're really close in, especially when it comes to combat. But sometimes it's actually good. Sometimes being zoomed out is like really bad in terms of combat because you can't see the cue. When you're zoomed out, it's difficult to see the cues for people taking swings and stuff like that to be able to dodge them and all that jazz. So
I mean, I personally think the combat feels pretty good.
Oh, I think so.
You know, I mean, like I think the PvP, you know, I've stated this a number of times, but the PvP is that like there's enough, there's more than enough, stuns and CC abilities that like I just don't see the benefit of having additional like stagger. Um, you know, I think that people do weird things. So like this move here, like looks jacked up if another player saw me doing this, because like the server's trying to like figure out the server's also trying to figure out what the fuck I'm doing. Which is a whole thing too. Because like there's kind of like a predictive element from the server that it's trying to like show what you're trying to do, and like it might show you kind of skating in a way. But that's just because people do weird stuff, and that happens on every game. I hadn't seen anything slowing people. Yeah, like so, like, you know, perfect example is the ability that I use that throws the spear. You know, well, hello again. The ability that I use that throws the spear and knocks enemies down does the same thing to players. Like it'll knock them on their ass. So like, you know, when I go to do this, as they use a grit attack, so that white right as they hit was actually them just using a grit based attack, which means it's not can't be interrupted. Oh, I gotta go back and collect the spices from the other ones. Yeah, I mean, like the Ice Gauntlet has AoE slows and stuff like that. You know, like I hit the door frame. And the spear has a ton more abilities that have CC on them as well. So like, I'm just using a kit that's designed to deal more damage than CC, which I could switch out, but yeah. But I mean, I really think that that's the important thing, you know. Yeah, so like if I wanted to, I could go, you know, K spear, respec, you know, and go instead of the ones that I have, you know, I can use go that. So now that's a grit based. So now I've got a whole bunch of abilities that are entirely different than the set I've been using. So you know, can sweep them to the ground, you know, and I've got a whirlwind that can throw them back on the ground as well. So like, this is not a bad set. Like, you know, I clearly just dunked the enemy there, but you know, a lot of the ability stuff is like also up to player preference. Like, you know, what do you feel is good? What do you like? What combos do you like doing? Which, now that I think about it, this actually is a much nicer combo. You know, I mean, against a bigger guy like this, you know, Like, it's got its downfall because, like, you know, it is what it is. Also, he doesn't take a ton of damage when he's got certain things going. You know, the more you set him on the ground, the better. I feel like there should be friggin' more spices places here. What's going on? I don't like PvP, but the crafting system looks good. Is the game good for PvP? Like, I mean, yeah, like, here's the thing. Like, right now, I'm flagged for PvE. So, like, nobody can touch me. You know, so, like, if that's how you want to play the game, you can play the whole game like that. You know, there's nothing stopping you. Like, if you only want to do that, that's entirely fair game. You know, there's Molazetic, one of the guys who hangs out in our Discord, runs the newworldpacifist.com. You know, literally you can go through the whole game without killing an NPC if you wanted to. Like, that's entirely up to you. You know, because there's a ton of options there. You know, and I mean that's one of the things when it comes to like open world games like this is that you can take on a specialty. You can do whatever it is you want to do. You don't have to be, you know, PvP all the time. Like, you know, everybody seems to want to sell the game on the PvP, and it's like there's so much more to this game than just the PvP. You know, you just have to play it. You know, the PvE is not necessarily something that you just skip. Ooh, void metal.
So yeah, the thing that I think a lot of MMOs kind of seem to forget about is they concentrate on one particular area. You know, I understand the whole kind of philosophy of, you know, if you're a, um, if you're okay at a whole bunch of things, then you're not a master at one thing. But like, you know, MMOs are never meant to be a master of one very particular type of thing. The thing that makes MMOs work really well is, you know, allowing a whole bunch of playstyles to function, like, you know, together.
That instantly broke his shield. Like, I've been chopping trees for hours and just healing people that walk by, and I'm having fun. Like, dude, like, here's the thing. Like, people, when I say this, people don't understand, but like, the sound design in this game is spot on. Like, the sound of hitting a tree is exactly what you want it to be, what you expect it to be. Like, it is crystal clear, just beautiful, and like, you know,
just smashing rocks. Like the sound of a pick against like rock is just like so good. Like there's just the right amount of echo to make it just sound like fucking cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that it's like it's a very tiny part of the game, but like, you know, just from a sound design perspective, like that's, you know, they're doing great in that regard.
Oh yeah. That finishes that. We're not going to run down and do that quest because where did he shoot me from? There we go. That kills him. We'll go up to Windsward, drop off stuff, then we'll port to Everfall, and probably be level 23 when this is all said and done, because I have in Windsward 2 quests, and there's 6 quests in Everfall to turn in. So, yeah, the life skilling is very good. Like, you know, you can totally farm just XP by just like hitting trees. Like, it's actually not bad XP. Especially if you choose the XP bonus every time it comes up for a territory, you can actually level really quickly in that territory just farming trees. You know, should faction missions be available in all zones? They are, as you kind of level into them. It'll prevent you from accepting faction missions in areas that you're not leveled to participate in. Psych. Oh, that guy was about to be real pissed. I keep having this like, I really don't trust Twitch for numbers because it does really weird things, like, you know, weird things. Yeah. The gnat. Keeps showing different numbers for the viewer count. Like, you know, of course, like, as people come and go, like, the number's gonna go up and down, but, like, 1 minute it'll ping, like, 70, the next it'll ping 30, and I'm like, what's going on here? Like, what do you think would be better PvP, what do you think the better PvP weapons would be? I think the hatchet is pretty strong. I think the intelligence is actually a pretty solid build if you can do it.
So coming from experience, like, you kind of want to have a crowd control weapon of some form. If you're going to be running, like, say, something like an intel build, like, so in that kind of sense, like, in that sense, you sort of, yeah, you do need the ability to kind of control the battlefield a little bit.
Yes. Yeah. CC is really important, especially in groups. Rapier and Lifestaff have been... Yeah, Rapier and Lifestaff's a good combo. Yeah, you'll definitely be able to go far with that.
I'm thinking about using a gem to literally force a a weapon into my intel build, my intel focus build.
We're just gonna go collect some free XP from in here, quick, because 154 XP per sheet right now. A lot of that has to do with my XP bonuses. Rapier damage does scale off intel, yes. You can actually make it scale even more off intel by switching the damage type with a gem. Alright.
Yeah, they call it empowered gems.
Ron Burgundy. It's a difference on scaling there. So basically all you gotta do is put the gem in and, like, you know, at whatever percentage will move and switch over to none of these other ones are worth running. I do need to drop shit off because I got a bunch. So you lighten the load. You'll note that I accepted quests. The reason for that is I'm going to fast travel up here. Really set my end to Everfall as well now. Yeah, so the gems will basically take like, you know, like 60 or 80% is the top gem, and it'll change it over to be to base, you know, 80% of it off of intelligence instead of whatever whatever the two main stats of the weapon are. And you can do that for a variety of different damage types. All right.
I find it strange that my game is like sitting at 60.0 FPS right now, and my frames are uncapped apparently.
Right. There's a few of those turned in. Boom, boom. Others, I suppose I could have done these, but I don't want to do those. Those require too much work. 50 fibers, yes. 15 flint, yes. 100 water. I can get a decent amount of that just by going down here. Always take the free honey every time you get the chance. You know, free water every time you get the chance. You know, anytime it's free, just take it. Like, you know, you don't have space for it. You don't have space for it. But yeah. So I'm trying to level to get to do this because like I want to be level 25 for it. But you guys can see that I've created kind of a natural loop here. And what's funny is down here, after I finish this, I can just go here and then port my way back. Trial can be done at 20. Yeah, probably. Like, oh, there's more stuff to turn in. Probably have, yeah, let's, I could get a ring off this one. And he hasn't spawned. There it is.
No, quite the contrary. I must say, I have never met one. Now, if I can just figure out how to activate this sphere.
Alright. Yeah, so we're basically going to do a loop down and around, and then we'll, yeah, actually probably run down here and tag this just to complete it, and then just jump there through first. I guess using heavy armor, I'm using the faction armor. So, you know, it's not overly heavy. I'm aiming to be in the medium category. You know, just completed a quest line that gave me an item that's 3 levels higher than me. Go figure. Yeah, I try and stick to at least the medium. medium armor. I think heavy could be a bit much. It can... The ability to dodge is so far reduced with the heavy armor that it's just not really worth the time, or not worth the effort. Because you can do so much more. That said, if you're in heavy, there are certain drawbacks as well. There are certain drawbacks. There are certain benefits, like you don't get knocked around as much in heavy. Yeah, for sure. If you're not using your shield, totally take it off. It's not worth it's not worth the added weight. Okay. Apparently it's just going to turn around and run away. Am I capped at 30 FPS? Yes, I do believe I have the program capped at 30 FPS. Mostly because I'm trying to do this all on one rig, and it's not particularly dealing with it that well. You can see some frame rate issues. Despite the fact that I've got a good computer, it's just this is also I could also turn the settings down too. I'm playing it very high, and actually let me do that. Gonna reload everything in here, but oh, this is search chests, so go back. It's really not a huge difference in quality there, but the frame rates do appear to actually be more consistent. So yeah. I really would love to go to a 2-computer setup for streaming. And I've got the money for it. It's just a matter of I need the time and the right materials available, and with the GPU kind of shortage going on, it's been real difficult to get a hold of the right equipment, which there hasn't really been a huge drive to need it. Obviously most of the time we run a talk show most of the time, so we don't really we haven't streamed the game a ton since last year's preview. And last year's preview I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get 3090, and then that didn't turn out because
That's probably,
of course, right now would not be a good time to have a 3090 because a lot of them are breaking. Not necessarily because of New World, but because of the drivers that were released yesterday or 2 days ago that apparently are dumpstering specific 3090s.
EVGA RTX 3090 for the win, 3 editions.
Yeah.
My 1080 is sitting pretty at 72 Celsius right now.
Yeah, it's overvolting on the menu. FPS isn't capped. Yeah, like, and I mean, like the other thing is like, if you cap your FPS, like I'm capping my FPS right now at 30, just because like I'm streaming and I want the resources freed up so that like you guys can see what I'm doing.
The other thing is you can use programs to artificially FPS cap the FPS, even if it's not capped.
Yeah.
So, for example, if you've ever used MSI Afterburner as a program to sort of manage like your graphics card in some way, shape, or form, or just to check out temps and like usage percentages. When you go and run the install for that, it asks you to install Reaver Tuner, which is a statistics program, which basically it basically compiles statistics and provides statistics for programs. So, what's running in the background to give MSI all the different sort of temperature statistics and stuff like that in one package is Reaver Tuner. But Reaver Tuner as its own program, you can start up. It actually allows you to set up custom profiles for games, and it allows you to cap the frame rate for certain games. The idea being, if you are able to artificially cap it at a certain point, then you sort of stabilize your frame timings as well as your frame rate, and that helps a lot when it comes to playing FPS games, in a consistent fashion. And in that kind of sense, for example, if you install the new drivers from NVIDIA, like yesterday or a couple of days ago, right, for your 3090, but you had Reaver Tuner set up and you had it to artificially frame limit New World to say like 144 FPS or 90 FPS or 60 FPS or whatever, right? You wouldn't have fried your graphics card. Just simple as that. And yeah, Baga.
Yeah. And yes, we are playing New World live. Gotta love it.
I'm not entirely certain whether that's actually the reason why he said New World with like 5 question marks, but
Like a small part of me that still doesn't believe that we're allowed to do this live. Like, after like so long of not being able to, like, you kind of build this mentality of like, isn't this supposed to be a secret? And of course, like, it's always awesome. We got 32 people in stream, so like I'm infinitely happy about that, guys. Like, I'm impressed with the quality of the questions, and like everybody comes in as the I'm hoping getting at least what they're asking for and getting the answers to the question they're hoping to ask, or that they're getting bypassed in other channels while they're asked, or like that's our goal here is answer the questions, introduce people to to the game.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously, like, I actually really like the fact that I respect my my setup here. Yeah, kill the regent. Yeah, get him. Random help from random people. Always nice.
Mm-hmm.
Good to hear boots. Blue. T3s. There we go. Got ourselves a good upgrade there.
What'd you get?
T3 rare boots.
Oh, hey, nice.
That. Also pick up a T3 rare helmet. Yeah, I did. Strength and intelligence, though. It's a lot more resistance. That looks ridiculous. I love it. I'm not even mad. Alonge, good to see you. Good to see you. Hope the nap was good. What's a good combo with the axe? I actually haven't used the axe all that much. It used to be just like stupid powerful. But you really like you see it a lot in PvP. But you don't see it a ton. 'Cause it's not a great PvE weapon in my opinion. Like it's overshined by the hammer. I think the great axe actually is probably one of the weapons that like I would argue.
See, I'm wondering about the great
is a
axe.
weapon looking for a place to be.
I think it's more crowd control than like damage. So, like, I'm wondering about whether using like a great axe or a warhammer as a crowd control second, like when it comes to PvP. Just gem slotting it like an absolute boss.
Go, that's working. You can see the status effects as we fail to knock things over that are obviously using grit and failing to time our attack appropriately. Okay, this is gonna get tight. This is not where I want to be. At all. Hello. Ah. That's right. You're gonna have to go around. Now, what are you gonna do about it? On the floor. There we go. Are you both friends in real life or just online? We have never actually met each other in real life. We met playing EVE Online through some of the talk show circuits. McLeod used to run the Talking in Stations podcast as the engineer, or as the kind of what's that?
Yeah, streaming engineer. Basically.
Streaming engineer, head engineer for them.
I was stream engineer, and then I ended up becoming production director. yeah, then but you know you can only go so far in sort of the EVE Online streaming kind of like circles as such. Like, you know, there's only there's a very it's a very limited kind of sort of streaming community slash streaming audience.
Yeah, there's really no growth there. Like,
No, no.
you know, if you want to be the big guy on campus, like your stream caps out at what, like 200?
Like yeah, maybe if you get to 400, but that's like that's generally tend to be when people tend to
And even then, you gotta have some pretty juicy shit. Like, otherwise people are gone pretty quick.
If it's ultra juicy, you may hit 1,000, but like, you know, that's like max level. Like, that isn't an average. That's like that's like an absolute peak.
Yeah, it's like peak craziness. Also, I kind of agree. Eve is pretty gross. Especially right now. Like, it's in death throes, and it's the sad thing is it's entirely self-inflicted.
Ooh, dude, have a look at Everfall. Everfall's being pushed by Syndicate right now.
Oh.
See that?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Although I would say that this particular fort to fight against is real fucking difficult because there's a ridge line like right here, like right at the start of that, the entrance to that fort. Like there's a ridge line there, and it's like it's level, going from the fort to that ridge line, and it's like uphill going from the little kind of like the little like war camp that the other kind of guys go up to.
So I think the scaling difference is like 60-40 between primary and secondary.
Oh yeah, okay. Everfall's fort's so difficult to take.
Oh yeah.
It's an absolute bitch.
No growth at Matterall. I see what you did there.
I'm pretty to go get something to eat. I'll be back in a little bit.
I don't know that you can make a musket scale off strength. You can make it scale off of intelligence with the gem, but I don't think you can do that with the with strength. They're having a blast here. Like 2 hours in, slowly cooking through level 22. Got a good round going here of various things. Actually, I need water. Water was one of my things. Need 100 water. So. There's a bunch of them. It depends on, like, Ruby is one of them that changes to fire damage. There's a ton of them that you can kind of swap and switch out as needed. Grab a little extra water here. Because we're here. There's also gems that deal with threat and threat reduction, which can actually be really useful. Especially if you're like a DPS, dexterity build where you're going to be hitting from range. there's a lot of opportunity to use those to make sure that you're not building up too much aggro. Mountain one. So we're rocking the Mountain Lion quest, because it's right here. Also, we're gonna quick tag in on this, so that if we need to use this as a fast travel point later on, have it. Awesome. So used to that being the button for my skin them for the large claw. Why we need to skin 3 different tigers for 3 different large claws is beyond me, but you know what? I don't ask questions anymore. Yeah. Trying to think of like some other stuff for people to hit on here. Like, we've kind of covered everything this stream. So like, if you guys really if you have any questions, oh my god, we're up at 184,000 and still climbing. Let me check in with some people quick, and let me see what we got for news. Where's the pedal cap? Pedal cap is... I think that's actually in Brightwatch. It's either Brightwatch or Monarchs. Or Brightwood or Monarchs. We're on Thule. Thule East Coast. Which has actually been a incredibly stable server pretty much the entire time, barring some respawn issues last night. But yeah, I think today they're planning on spooling up some additional servers, but let me login servers for Central European should be resolved. So that came up in chat earlier today. There is a difference between the server and the login server. So like, if you're trying to join Thule, you're actually joining through a different server that's kind of managing that queue. And like, it does it, per region. So like, yeah. Can you move your characters across regions? I don't believe so. I sincerely hope that they add that in as a functionality. Because I think that is something that is vital. Not that you should be able to like, travel from server to server entirely freely with no issue. Like, I also understand that like in the reality of the gaming world, where the hell are all of these mountain lions? That's probably going to be a paid service. Like, I mean, like just like set your expectations. Like that's probably going to be a paid service because that's what every other gaming company does. So like I wouldn't expect them not to. Also because like there's a game balance issue of moving people from server to server potentially. Yeah, or like 120-day cooldown would also be a good fit there as well. You know, it's one of those things where it's like there are so many problems that can come up with that like it's valuable because like you don't want to spend a ton of time on a character and then potentially have like a server like just die off. Everybody moves to another server and then you gotta re-level everything and like that'd be a solid pain in the ass. Sorry. You're probably running the same quest, aren't you? Yeah. Like when it comes to monetizing New World, like I actually think that they're off to like a really good start. I mean, obviously, like more people are getting it than almost anybody intended, or like, yeah, like when you sell a game, you hope people will buy it. Like that's an obvious thing, but you also kind of hope that they're going to come along for the ride and stay there for a while. And I think New World has that sticking power that other games have been lacking for the last while. I think the players from WoW and stuff like that are gonna have a bit to sink their teeth into, and I think it's gonna be a solid way for people to run away from the older games and towards something newer and good fun. That's how you take out a Lynx that is much higher level than you are. Well, a level higher than you are, without taking damage. Yeah, I mean, I'm a lot of people were worried about the whole pay-to-win aspects of things. I'm not. Like I don't see it. I don't see Amazon playing anything but the long game, and the short-term gain of a little bit of money has never been Amazon's like MO. Like they don't do that. They're in it to build something long-term. Because why build something that makes a little bit of money when you can build something that makes a shitload of money? If you build a gaming company, a gaming studio like Amazon Games, You give it all the money in the world to start up projects, and some of them are gonna fail, but you do stuff to build the faith of the community and build the the long-term believers in the studio. Then that's where you're gonna come out ahead. Like having been involved in New World for 3 years now, I could tell you it's great. Like it's great working with Amazon. They're easy to work with. They're responsive, even for a small streamer. They're here. They're doing stuff. They're the other day we had an Amazon dev in chat, just checking in, saying hi. Because that's cool stuff. They are as interested in like how people feel about their game, as they are, if not actually way more than they are about how profitable the game is, because that's just not where they are as a studio. And I mean, if anything, the last couple of days have shown, obviously this game has sold way more copies than I think we've intended to see, or that we expected to see. What should Amazon focus on for the next months? Map expansion and mounts. 100%. I think like if I had two things that I would tell them to put all of their resources into, map expansion and mounts. And not like some pocket mount system or anything like that. I mean like a full on like taming, taming, breeding, like etc. system that like has combat integration at a high level, that you could be knocked off your horse, you could be the mount could die, armors for horses, the whole works. Like I think they should go like whole hog into a mount system. If that's what I would do if I was them, at least. Which chest here? Fundamentally, 5 months. 5 months, half a year. If they can expand 2 zones, 3 zones, people have been talking about. We've seen a desert biome, but we haven't seen. We haven't seen it in game yet, so like it wouldn't surprise me if that's what we saw next. Which I'd totally be game to see, and would fit with what I hope they do. What do you guys hope they do? Like I'm kind of curious, because I mean there's so much they could do. They've kind of announced this as this like time bending, super MMO that like does all kinds of things. Part of why I say they need to expand the map is also you can get more people on the map then. And I think that's really important. But yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Like, there's always different opinions about mounts and that. Like, but I also think that they're vital in a game like this. I think that there's a lot of fast travel in this game that people use as an excuse to not have them. But I think that they add something to the game. They add something to the feel. They add, that further customability, customization that like the player feels more involved with their character. I think if I was them, I would also put some time into character customization. Although they've added to it, I don't think that it's where it really needs to be. So like that would be another area where I would I'd throw some dev hours at. Love to see a mount system or a small farming system where I grow my own herbs. Absolutely. Especially like with the housing system, I feel like they could expand on that. How you been enjoying the beta? I love it. So like they had me like 3 years ago loving the game. So like this is the best version of the game that is released so far. I'm loving it. I'm loving every minute. Getting to share it with other people is also like really fun for us because like we haven't gotten to do that in a long time. We're going up here now. And thanks for the follow. Yeah, it's been an interesting trip streaming for like a year and a half now. We started not this January, but last like January 2020. Of all years to start a podcast, that was definitely timing. But I think we hold the record for being the longest running New World talk show that's out there. Like Studio Loot probably has more episodes than we do, but we started before they did, and in terms of continuous episodes, we've got the I think we've got the crown there. But we do love our Studio Loot brothers because they're good people. Probably stabilize things in terms of combat balance and game performance is a priority. Yeah, that's good. After that, world content to make zones more unique, such as rare encounters and group events. That happens a lot more in the higher end zones. Like we don't see a lot of that right now, but like it does happen a lot more in like Abbott Scale Reach, and that like there's a lot more diversity. And like most of the south is this like pseudo tropical, pseudo plains area. Then you start going into the north, and it gets dark. Like, in terms of dark, like if I was casting a Halloween type movie or like site locating a Halloween movie, that would be where I would put it. Like it gets real dark up there, and then you get kind of this winter corrupted wasteland, and then you get the shed. Like in the north, it's a lot more variety. Like in the south, you just get this like always sunny feel. Interesting to note. There's a lot more like star metal around the map than I remember. What would you recommend pairing an ice gauntlet with? At lower levels, the fire staff, I think would be a good combo. At end game, I would pair it with something like spear with with topaz or spear with some sort of way of transitioning the damage over to intelligence instead. but like sub 60, don't do that. Like, here's the deal. Don't try and optimize everything as you're leveling. Like, there's always this thought of like, oh, you know, I'm gonna be the best level 22 guy out there. Don't do that. Don't be that guy. You know, what you really want to do. As you level, like, you know, if you pick stuff up and it's better than what you're wearing, then sure, like, totally switch it out. But it's just not worth the effort. It's not worth the time to, like, you know, let me go, you know, let me go grab just the best gear that I can possibly wear at this level. It's just not, like, you're talking about like 5 damage each, you know, for an upgrade within tier. Like, it's just not, like, and people don't know that either. Like, we're gonna run from this. Yep, we gotta cool off some timers. So we got a little bit of an AoE attack with one of these, or with multiple of these. I'm trying to just wear them down so that I can start fighting way less of them than I have been. And eventually you can start, you know, stunning them down to the point where they're no longer kind of in your way, and, you know, so like you can take on way more enemies than you think you can. Is Gauntlet more close range? Gauntlet's kind of like a mid-range. Like, I don't want to say close range because it's not like in your face, but like there are ways that you could build it to be kind of in your face. For PvE, you've got the pylon, which creates a lot of opportunities for like kiting while still dealing damage. While still dealing damage and moving around at full speed. So like that's very much a thing. But you also have, you know, the ice spike, which in my opinion is actually really difficult to like land perfectly. Like, it's not an attack that most people are going to be able to figure out until most people aren't going to be able to figure it out until you're already playing the late game. Yeah, he's coming after me. I don't want to trigger anything else in there, so I'm going to wait for him. As I push further and further into the room. You know, like, I mean, you could totally use, you know, it's got good abilities. So like, you know, if you find something that works for you, that you can bait people into attacking you in a certain way, then totally use it that way. Like, you know, that's the trick with like a lot of these, you know, a lot of these combos really aren't like specific to, you know, anything special. Like, you know, especially when it comes to PvP, like, you might use something entirely different than me. You know, you might engage with this. You know, you might, you know, just try and get on me so that you can, you know, knock me down as your first move. You know, you might, you know, just want to draw first blood. You know, so like, you know, just coming in, dealing a little bit of damage, backing out, you know, blocking, and then attacking. You know, like, you can do all of those things, and it really just matters like how you can telegraph and if you can coax people into attacking you and playing into your hand. I think those are more important than anything. So how would I use the Fire Staff and the Gauntlet? I would use the Gauntlet starting in like a 1v1 I would go Gauntlet starting for sure, because the Gauntlet has a lot more like sustained abilities. So like drop the pylon, drop the um, field of ice, and a couple of other, and the one other, at least one other ability. I can't remember what it's called. And then I would swap to the fire staff, use fireball as a way of either containing in terms of like reducing ground, or utilize meteor as a way of cutting down people's options for basically forcing people to move.
Hello.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
It's going to take a little bit longer because I actually have to make it.
That's alright.
We didn't have
with the pile of cold fries that I never ate.
I'm literally making a pizza,
Nice.
and we don't have any we don't have any concentrated tomato paste. So I'm having to like cook down some passata.
Very nice.
And so it's going to take longer than I expected to.
That's all good.
It should taste yummy.
Yeah, we're just talking about weapon combos and stuff like that. And yes, you can block. I just don't do it very often in PvE because I use my food as a crutch in PvE. But like, you can totally block and just not take damage too. Like it's.
Also, by the way, Maze, I have officially run out of rum.
Oh, why is the rum gone?
I know, right? It's a crying shame.
Yeah, see, eventually he's gonna swing, but he's not. Okay, fine. And boom, done.
Stabby, stabby.
Yep, stabby, stabby, pokey, pokey. Swingy, stabby. Eat something healthy or just drink a Gatorade, Like, see, McLeod here is like at least making his pizza. Like, I still order mine because, like,
Because you have a lot of income that you can, just throw.
Yeah, disposable income. Yeah,
Yeah, that's one.
that does help. And yeah.
Are you mainlining Spear right now?
I am. I'm having a good time with it too. Actually, like just like showing off the spear earlier, I decided to change up my loadout for skills on it, and actually, like the loadout that I built randomly was way better. Help for those that don't know, Helpful Walrus is probably one of the coolest dudes at Amazon Games, and he's in our chat. The game is doing wonders. There's a couple of like odds and ends. Like last night, we experienced some like respawn issues where like part of the map like just wasn't respawning NPCs.
I want to ask him something very, very specific, and I want to demonstrate it to some degree. I know it's not going to be that obvious, that easy to sort of see because I'm like in the top right-hand corner of the screen. But so when it comes to organizing people into groups and to help,
I can make your thing bigger here. Let me we'll show off McLeod's. Oops.
Okay, so right, helpful walrus. Hopefully, you can be very helpful in this regard, right? When it comes to organizing people, especially when it comes to sort of, recruiting from inside the game, and you want to kind of get people in to comms and all that kind of stuff. Like sometimes you need comms that scale past 5. When that occurs, you kind of want to be able to, not have to post a Discord link every single time in chat. So the nice thing would be if you go to the company's page, the message of the day. If we could edit the message of the day and post and paste something into it, that would be really good. Because right now we can't. And the other thing is, if we try and just type something in, like if I type in Discord, it'll something overrides it when I press one of the buttons. So if I type in Discord, that's what happens. And that's because one of the buttons, that's a shortcut to, the social side or the social screen, overrides, what I'm typing, essentially. And that basically makes it impossible to put in like a Discord link in the message of the day, which would be fantastic because it can allow you to basically say, oh, if you're, welcome to the company, be sure to be in the Discord. The Discord's in the message of the day.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be fantastic. That would be like such a godsend. But right at the moment, being able to herd cats in the game is kind of a little bit difficult because we don't have certain things like the message of the day is a little bit broken. So that would be really, really cool. Thank you very, very much, Helpful Wars.
Mm-hmm. And we know Helpful Walrus from the forums and the alpha for God knows how long at this point. You've been like, you were there when we came in, weren't you? Like probably that would have been almost 3 years ago at least. So like you've been there from the beginning.
Yeah, he was in our chat for a while, like earlier.
He's eternal. Yeah, you are. Like, I can't remember a time without Helpful Walrus. Like, it has been a while. Yeah. Oh, time to go. And too late. I don't think anybody's coming here. Back to Pinsworth then. Yeah. It's been really good actually. Like we haven't had any of the server like connection issues. Like we had a couple people that waited in queue last night, but like it wasn't near what people were complaining about, with several hours of queue. It was maybe 20-30 minutes.
Just saying, it's not the worst queue that like I've ever heard people be in. Although technically, the one time Thule, someone opened the menu, the server list, and saw Thule as having a 24-day queue time was quite funny.
Yeah.
Obviously, that was like very transitionary when you were doing stuff to their server, but obviously, it's all good. I've been in and I've heard of people having queue times of like 4 or 5 hours, and then like on a different game, and then having an error out, and then they're queuing back for another 4 or 5 hours, which is just insane.
Yeah, but, yeah, and like the big kicker with the world availability and all that, like, yeah, I mean, like, I'm sure you guys had plans to add servers, like, if there was additional load, but like, even my best estimate, which was way more, or which was like way less than the number that hit, and I mean even now, like, hitting up SteamDB, 187,000 people, like, with the with the prior knowledge of having that the preview event last year where it hit was it 52? Like, obviously there was a lot more hype. Things felt like they were building a lot bigger. But I don't think anybody I don't think anybody was even close to assuming almost 200,000 concurrent connections.
One thing
my like optimistic estimate was like 110, 120. And like I would assume your guys was pretty close to that. But like it's a cool, like, it's really cool to see the game like have issues because it's succeeding. Like because so many people want in, because like that's the best case scenario to have problems. I think that's like, in terms of ways to cause problems, that's the best way to have it. Like, but yeah.
Oh, he got taken there. He got taken out. Sorry, just had a dude get totally nuked.
Yeah. And that's like, it's really cool. Like it really is. You might be able to do me a favor. I saw you guys put a Viking skin in. As the governor of the 9th Legion, I implore you, please, for the love of God, give me a Roman Legionnaire skin. Like, I've said it for 3 years, and I know it's like there's potential that these might not be the ones that are there on launch even, but like, and of course you're testing the system to be sure that the skin system works as it's supposed to. But just saying, Roman Legionnaire skin, if you put it out there, I'll buy it on stream. Like,
I mean, you'd probably have to wait till the actual release of the game rather than available.
I mean, yeah, that too. But
one of the other things, I think it's a like kind of a rare thing, but like I have heard of people. Oh god damn it! I have heard of people who have who've had issues when queuing for servers, that like sometimes queuing just bugs out and they basically get thrown back into the back of the queue. I don't know. I have no idea whether that's something that you can kind of you've heard about and stuff. But like, I know from an experience on prior games, when that happens, it sucks so much. It's
oh, actually, I got one. I saw this. You dropped into the right stream. I don't know if he's still here or not, but like, you dropped into the right stream if you're looking for a full list, because I keep very close eye on the subreddit. And I sent Greg the link to this as well, but it's got the colorblind modes. There was a number of people that potentially, potentially are not, like, the colorblind modes don't seem to be doing what they're supposed to do. So that might be something that that's worth looking into. It's definitely different. Like, something's up with it.
Oh, that's helpful to know how it was, by the way. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, don't sit about, do nothing. Like, surf the web, watch videos. Yeah. I guess that'll help with not being randomly disconnected.
Oh yeah. I mean, this is also like a really. Actually, I mean, you might be able to answer this too. Like, this kind of highlights another problem where players are I'll we've got one of the pinned threads that I put up last night was the forums, so we'll make sure the stuff goes that way as well. I'm kind of like trying to highlight just the like super big ones, but one of the big concerns right now with kind of the mass load and like and all that is kind of bouncing between servers and players that like, I got on last night and I was able to play for 15 hours, and then I got on today and I wasn't able to get on to the server I wanted to get onto, so now I got to start all the way over from scratch. So like being able to potentially move between servers, if the server that you're trying, if your normal character is on is full or has a really long queue, having some kind of relief to be like, go play on another server, you'll still be able to level up and return to that server eventually, would be like a really, really good way. Like, I know in the past I've brought up like bringing the ability to move between servers, but I think this kind of emphasized the challenge of not being able to, because that's, people are going to be stuck to, hey, this is the server that I've like got all of my stuff on, and if all of a sudden 4,000 new people decide they want to make it their new server, oofed, we're in for trouble. And of course, there's groups out there that are 4,000. Just in one group, which is an added challenge.
On the topic of too many people, the 25 person like limit around forts that kind of teleport you out, it's I think is a bit low. I don't know how stressed the servers get when 25 people are battling it out. I imagine it's the servers should be able to handle it if they can handle a 50 v 50. But yeah, just a thought.
Yeah, we've seen a number of people comment on that as well. With I think it was a few of the larger streamers actually got like removed from the fort that they were fighting over because the number of people cap got hit.
Yeah. Teething small things, it's small things that you would come to expect from when a closed beta blows up to 200,000 people, right? Like,
yeah.
But, it's stuff that I'm sure you guys should know about and would want to know about. So
yeah, like, and then the thing is, like, it's all good stuff. Like, anybody who's getting into the game is enjoying it. Like, that's the feedback that like most people are getting. Like, there might be some ways that we could potentially help people find stuff. Like, if I see another meme about finding sheep, I'm probably gonna lose my shit on the Reddit, but
I remember doing that mission. I do remember doing that mission and going, yeah, I saw this.
Yeah. Because like, one of the comical ones is if you get if you're in Everfall, you'll get quests to go kill alligators, which, like, okay, like, obviously they spawn in rivers and stuff like that, so like they're over here, but like your average player is gonna like pop it open and be like, I haven't seen anything in this area, like, what gives? And it's like, yeah, of course you haven't seen anything there because they want you to go over there to kill it. Like, yeah, I'm real close to creating a mega thread for sheep. Like, that would make my life infinitely easier. I'm thrilled that we were able to like with the subreddit able to just barely the Sunday night we got off the air and we closed the final merger discussions between the two subs, and like getting everybody on board to the same kind of mentality for this. Like, oh god, that has been a godsend. You know, absolute godsend, because like we had, you know, basically 3 active mods prior, and you know, we basically doubled and consolidated all of our efforts into one sub, and that like I don't think the 2 subs would have survived. And like they would be asking for new mods, like they'd be hiring new mods quickly. Because like we were anticipating obviously like a spike like during the preview, but like our stats on the subreddit, like let me pull this up. Like, so massive user growth like craziness. You know, our subreddit rank is getting lower, which is great. Our comments per day, I think something happened. You know, actually, you know what? I just realized that I'm showing the wrong thing. Let me switch to a different cam view here. Like, that's our comments per day. Like, that was the entire preview event. That was yesterday. Like, crazy. You know, and then on top of that, like, posts per day. This was the entire preview event here. This was yesterday. So, like, you know, when it comes to, like, when it comes to what you guys are seeing on your forums, I know the feeling oh so well. Like, I'm sure your guys' forums are exploding. Like, I think I had time to post once yesterday. And I started the, like, inevitable thread that's existed, you know, since before time began on mounts. You know, but, like, yeah. Like, this is insanity. It's holistically, you know, something new to experience. And of course I die in the background. Did I put a camp? I put a camp? Oh, I did put a camp over there. Yeah.
You've really gotten used to the vertical camera position, by the way.
Oh yeah. So like we're like obviously big fan of like what's going on. We're super impressed with like with everything, you know. You know, almost everybody that I've talked to that has actually gotten into the game only has positive things to say. There's a few people that haven't gotten in yet that are reading the stuff around the 3000 series, having like burnout problems with the new graphics driver that are a little concerned because they have 3090s. But like, I think pretty much everybody is sitting here going like, our original plans for like what servers to go to and all of that, like didn't hit with reality.
Yeah, so I'm not a Bitcoin miner as such, so I don't have like a bunch of 3090s to test this out on. But like, there is a program called RevaTuner Statistics Server that you can use to limit frame rates for like basically any game. I know that I've used it in New World before, so I'm fairly certain it will work. I just don't know whether it will address the issue that people have with those certain 3090s. I don't have a 3090, let alone a spare 3090 along with the other 3090 that I have in my in my case to test it out on, and to potentially melt one down and then go, oh well, I'll switch to the alternative one. So yeah, but like, I don't know, that might prove to be a stopgap kind of fix for people who have the 3090s. I don't know, because I'm not in the position to be able to test it out. But I know it can artificially restrict frame rates.
Yeah.
That program's Riva Tuner Statistics Server.
People also need to learn what the word statistically means. But I think that's a different problem. That's more of a problem with our education systems than anything else.
Statistically means based on statistics.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Statistically, I feel is not, no, that doesn't go the right direction. I get a lot of that on the Reddit. We're tracking the issues of the new cards, and the feedback from players has been immensely helpful. Yeah.
That's like saying, as a practicing Christian atheist.
Yeah. Yeah. Like it's been so good though. Like, I haven't had any problems. I can pull up my GPU stats here too. Like, my GPU's 99%, CPU's 83%. Running ADC on the GPU and 62 on the CPU. So like, it's not cold, but it's far from hot. Like, it's nowhere near what I would. It's exactly where I would expect to be after, 6 hours of gaming, temperature-wise. Like, I'm feeling like it's an exclusive problem to just that, just the people, and probably the people that upgraded to the new drivers, because I don't remember there being issues. Yeah. Ooh, hey chat. Check it. Check it. Check chat, guys. Check chat. Now's your time to wake up. The Helpful Walrus is helping you guys in. All the love for the Helpful Walrus. Dropping 3 codes. Thank you. Have an awesome day, man. I always love it when those guys drop in. Like, they don't have to. Like, it's not like they really don't have to. The fact that they do speaks a lot about how, like, Amazon does things. And, like, it really, really is cool to have them, like, drop in. Like, we're streaming to 28 people. Like, I'm pretty sure you gotta scroll a ways to find us. So, like, it's cool to be like, hey, here's the Helpful Walrus. Like, one of the guys from Amazon that, like, we can turn to and chat with, and, like, get all the up-to-date stuff. Hey, thanks for the sub. Thanks for the follow and the sub. many thanks. For people in chat, let me know if those keys worked. Like, you know, I mean, let me know if all three of them got redeemed. Hey, Magnus. I hope all is well. Been waiting for a tier 3 staff because, like, I actually, like, when I switched over, I actually really enjoyed the new setup for the staff, and I can't, like... Should I go against my advice earlier, like, and just buy a T3 staff? Two-handed spear. There are none. Vanguard sitting at 68k. These Steam codes are they're Steam codes, so they should be Steam codes at least. Yeah, so I can't even buy T3, but I can sell. First, I need to repair all of them. Ooh, almost salvaged them all. Because I died, so... McLeod, what do you think? Pool gold? I don't know what we're at. Like... And we got 30k, we get them almost the rest of the way there. Probably the big one right now would be ensuring that we could get into wars, and like that's something I'd totally trade for. I'd totally pull for. Let me ask people here. Alright, I just ping the company and do it kind of democratically within. See what they say. Like I like the idea. Like you know, shit, it was my idea last night. So like, I like the idea. but I want to make sure the rest of the company's good with it. So,
The light of the covenant shines
all right. That I'm probably gonna go north now. Was this democratic shenanigans? Yeah. So here's the thing. Like, you know, if I do something and like piss everyone off, like, you know, I've already got 15 hate mails from people on Reddit that are like, you know, like I've got pretty thick skin, but like there's a line to like, you know, whether or not to. There's been a number. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, there's been a number of people banned, not just from like our sub on subreddit today, but like there's a number of people who like need to learn how to like be human. But yeah, I want to be sure that everybody's good with it before we. It's like 5-1 right now, or it's 4 votes to none. So it's probably gonna happen. Like, why do people ask me questions in Discord private chat that they can ask me in literally the Twitch chat? Like, I'm running a Q&A stream, and then they ask me questions in a Discord private message that can be answered directly. That they got where they are. Like, they know I'm live. Because like my icon shows up with the purple dot and the whole works. Like it's I'm not mad, I'm just like, I find it funny. Maybe they're shy. Like, the thing is, it's other streamers, like, you know. So here's my thought. Like, we could show it off live. Like, I'm streaming. Like, you could send us the money, and we could do it the same way. Like, either way, like, I think we've got almost 40K in there now. That. Something sells on the TP. Do you get a notification, or do I just have to check? You should get a notification on the top right corner. Otherwise, you can check by just going to the market and checking completed orders. Awesome. What is everybody like telling you guys? Like what do you like? What are we gonna do here? Like I'm sure I'm missing like everything, and like people have been trying to like reach out to me via like PMs or something. And I'm just like missing the boat, but. Where is this person? Like, aren't they supposed to be right here? You can tell I've done this enough times that like I know exactly where this thing spawns. Like it should literally spawn like right here. Yeah, there's a known bug with fishing in Windsward right now. You basically like, basically just like crashes your computer. The heck did this person spawn? Oh, see, I had it right. Like, questioned myself. I shouldn't have questioned myself right there. You know. Go. All right. You get up there. But too far out of the way. Not worth the time. Alright. You power leveling? Basically, yeah. Like, my goal right now is just, you know, just level. It's not going overly fast because we don't have a ton of people putting stuff on the market on this server. Otherwise I would be, like, you know, buying certain things and that. I'd give them money. I had to do that in a while. Let me get to a city, and I'll send the cash. Like we're gonna be fighting for Everfall. So here's one of the other reasons that I'm like power leveling is that like you're gonna get invited to wars and stuff like that. Sorts of things on the market help with leveling. Yeah. Being able to buy things like iron, linen, and a number of other things are like just stupid important. Because they really enable you to level much faster. We're gonna send cash to Vanguard. Yeah. Bezos doesn't need our money. And it's switched out. It's Andy Jassy is the new guy in charge of Amazon. And Andy Jassy is also quoted with like some really heavy support for Amazon games. So I'm sure that it's not probably like super on his radar, but it might be something that he pays attention to. And if he sees it as a line item, that's going to be a pretty big one for him, because like he had a pretty like full-throated support of Amazon games, like regardless of how things turn out. Like he was like, we're gonna throw money into it, which is really cool to see.
Excellent.
Now let's see what they say here. Pretty much everybody's for it. So okay, how do I give this guy cash? Yeah. All right. Here's the plan. What's his name? In Technoplex. I'm trying to figure out how to send you money. I think I got to do it through the company menu probably. Yeah. Open inventory. Oh yeah, then it's the gift money off the inventory. Yeah. I gotta withdraw it from the company first. How much exactly do you need? Here's the plan. Here's the plan. Let's get. Do we have other like other parts of the faction that are going to be on board, like other people that have donated? Because here's my idea: we get you guys over the hump, and then like we use the money from there to get a second one, to get a second territory as soon as possible. So like let's start like 26,000. All right. No. Withdraw. Alright, then we're gonna go out of there. Go give coin. Am I spelling it wrong? There we go. Alright. Sent. Make sure to capture the territory quick. Then let's coordinate that we send cash to the 9th next so that we can take a territory as fast as possible. And that way like the faction gets some places. Why am I? Okay, here it is. Mobile. I don't want to talk to faction here. My typing is getting worse and worse. For the record, if you screw me out of my money, I will hunt you. A very specific set of skills. If you don't take this territory, we'll come back and bite you in the ass. Like, just throwing that out there. The Black Hand remembers, yeah. Just a note, I've got a 30,000, member alliance from EVE Online that, has a deep-seated history of getting revenge if this doesn't work out. So the other kicker here, yeah, let's focus the faction to give the 9th money, because like I think we've got enough time that we can just do this. Like let's coordinate the money, let's make it happen. Like, yeah. You know, and then the other company that donated will fund them as well, and then like we can start utilizing like tax revenue out of these places, to start funding, you know, bigger and better stuff. There we go. There it is. Our money hard at work, boys. So how does collecting taxes work? As people use facilities and stuff like that within within the settlement, crafting benches, crafting. Here, actually, you know what? Instead of just trying to like ad lib this, let's one, always grab free honey. But two, let's go up to the war table and we'll show you. So one of the cool things that happens when a town is taken, so the city was just taken, so all of the settlement flags will change to the controlling company, with the color of the controlling faction. So you'll see the yellow flags with the V for Vanguard, yes. So you can see the territory planning board, which you can see the different things here. For the record, I would start upgrading your place immediately. Like, so you can change the tax rates on different things. Property taxes, residents pay the territory, or residents of the territory should pay property taxes every 7 days. You get a percentage of what they pay on their property. Trading taxes, anything going through the trading hub is going to be taxed. Crafting fees, refining fees, etc. So like those are all things that you can like change the rates on. Like you can edit those. And we can you can see like publicly you can see how much it's being is making. So like if we go down to Everfall, which we will in a little bit here, because we just completed everything that we needed to. But we've got all this gear on us. But we need to bring most of this back with us, don't we? Cut down some of that. Yeah. Upgrades their pool or it's individual. So the company that owns it has to put it in for the upgrades. The low level ones that are there shouldn't cost that much right now. But like the sooner we can start working on those, the better. And that's gonna do us a lot of good. Yeah, the owning company is the only one who collects the taxes on the area. Yep. We're gonna bounce around here because we're gonna do this. We're gonna kind of like make that circuit. And then, like, we'll just port back probably. Or we'll run back. In equals, I need to leave the group that I'm in. I want to see where people are. Just me being nosy, guys. Don't mind me. Yeah, we definitely also need to recruit. So like, if anybody's interested in joining the Ninth Legion, like we are recruiting. The more the merrier. And the owning company is the only one. Yeah. Yep. What are the benefits of joining the Ninth? A calm, cool, collective group of people that like stabbing stuff and like stabbing stuff together and are willing to work together and are willing to, do stuff. Knowledge is a massive benefit. Being in a group of people that many of us have played the alpha and know what we're doing. Like simply put, we're more than happy to bring in anybody because, like, yeah. So pretty much all of the taxes go to the controlling company, and then from there, that controlling company is probably going to use most of that going towards upgrades and that for the town until it gets to a high enough level, and then high enough utilization that that it becomes valuable. For the record, I think the next town that we should take when we get the time is either going to be First Light or Cutlass Keys. In terms of value, First Light is probably got more value because of the starter area in it. Cutlass Keys for location because the fort for teleporting is right there, so like it's kind of like lowers the cost to get around pretty substantially.
Hello, I'm back, by the way.
Welcome back. How's the pizza?
It's cooking right now.
Nice.
So I'll be gone in like maybe 8-7 minutes, something like that, to take it out of the oven. But like, yeah.
Very nice.
Um.
So we sent 20-some thousand to a company, and they took.
Brightwood.
Yeah, we took Brightwood.
Nice.
Yep. So we're next. So the faction is going to fund us next, and because we were the major benefactor of the original endeavor, so now they're gonna return the favor, help us get to 100K, and yeah. Also, there appears to be hundreds of thousands of players played in the New World closed beta yesterday, with millions of hours total played. We received few reports of players using high-end graphics cards experiencing hardware failure when playing New World. New World makes standard DirectX calls as provided by the Windows API. We have no indication of widespread issues with 3090s, either in the beta or during the many months of alpha testing. That sounds familiar. Like it has not been an issue. Like, the New World closed beta is safe to play. In order to further reassure players, we'll be implementing a patch today that caps frames per second on our menu screen. We're grateful for the support New World is receiving from players around the world, and we'll keep listening to their feedback throughout the beta and beyond. Every time I fucking turn around to do anything, there's always a fucking mob that spawns and is like trying to shoot me in the ass. Leave me alone. Like, I just killed you. Stay dead.
Feeling a bit like Martin Lawrence, constantly getting shot on the ass.
Yeah. So, hot take from the devs, basically stating, if you have a 3090, you don't have a problem. But what we're gonna, you don't, are like, our shit's not not your problem. Like, our shit is not causing the problem. Your shit's causing, like, your shit's broken to begin with, is the reality. Like, the new patch for the NVIDIA drivers is the problem. Like, yeah. Yeah. So, that's the start of that. I need to go get more boxes still.
Oh shit! They've pushed Everfall into war.
Yes. Syndicate, yeah.
Yeah, nice. Fucking good on them. Good on them.
Yep.
That is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, like, I'm missing my spear. Oh, I completely did not time that right.
Well, I've signed up for that. Like for the war. If it happens, it happens.
Yeah. Well, and this is, I mean, this is one of the reasons to like actually put an effort into leveling, because no one is gonna have a high level right now. So like, how these wars are gonna get decided is that they're gonna bring in like the high, like their guys, and then they're gonna bring in like the highest level dudes they can find that are willing to support and fight in the war.
Yeah, and there's definitely like, you know, level 15, 16, 17s, 18s in there. So like, yeah.
Yeah.
If you're level 20 and above, like, yeah, you'll be pretty good.
I don't like this setup at all. I want my spear back. Like, I've been trying to get like a T3 spear, but like there's none on the market, and like it's not turning out for me at all. Like this deals an okay amount of damage, like, don't get me wrong, but like that spear was way better.
It's funny. It's funny today. I tried to take a picture of the moon because, like, we have what's considered, I think, what's considered a blood red moon right now. But it's a great visual metaphor as to how fucking hot it's been today. That the moon has got fucking sunburnt.
Actually, that thread that I just saw, need to. Dang it. There we go. I need to trust my mod team more. Like they already pinned it.
Oh, look at that. Back momentarily.
Damn. I'm typing! I'm standing in the middle of a field where there was nothing before. I am typing. Leave me alone. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. It's a good time. Like, realistically, all the dex weapons are pretty good. Like, the next one that I really want to like start leveling is the hatchet, because it has a built-in heal, kind of, and I think that that's important to have long term at least. 3. Oh, apparently I need to search chests back here. Awesome. Well, PC Gamer just did something wildly irresponsible. You just waited for my friggin' yeah. PC Gamer, man, posting unconfirmed rumors. Let me pull this up and get the specifics. Original story: the closed beta for Amazon New World just went live yesterday, and there are multiple reports that it is somehow killing the GeForce RTX 3090 graphics cards. That's hardware that's mighty tough to replace right now. Reports have come through the New World subreddit. Thank you for posting our subreddit, at least. Cross-posted in our NVIDIA after someone posted about the death of their 3090. Twitter is seeing some instances of dead GPUs as well. None of these being confirmed. I'd like to note that. It's a bizarre situation. Software should not be able to just kill a piece of tech in 2021. There are meant to be a whole raft of fail-safes built into your hardware. Yeah, of course there are. You know, your guy's driver decided to change settings on important things, and yeah. The update to the story. You were attacking someone else. Why did you aggro me? An Amazon customer service rep acknowledged the issue with the NVIDIA RTX 3090 series and 100% GPU usage in a forum post on Wednesday. The developer recommends turning off the overrides in the driver settings, but the only specific instruction given is to set max frame rate to off in the NVIDIA control panel, its default state, and rely on the in-game frame rate limiting option. So, what does that say? What does that say? That basically says that if you have a 3090, your card is fine as long as you listen. Also, they completely missed the part of their post that tells them that there's going to be a patch that's going to auto-limit the frames per second on the loading screen, which is where it reportedly happened. That said, we're looking at less than five GPUs that are involved in total. Like, we're not seeing a mass number of people's GPUs. We're seeing like a small number where people have reported that they've been fried. That said, yeah.
Sucks to be them.
Yeah, sucks to be them.
I've come back bearing pizza.
Welcome back. No, I suppose I should actually like do missions because you guys probably want to actually see stuff on the stream and not just watch me read subreddit and complain about the poor state of PC gamers reporting.
Is that what you've been doing?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you've been inflicting them on that? Like, that's just that's not fair, mate.
Well, like, so they like half-assed reported on it. These PC gamer and them are always like wondering why people have stopped going to them and why like they're losing market share, and like at the risk of sounding like Trump, like it's not because it's fake news, like it's because it's bad. Like in like sure, I'm connected into this, like I know kind of what's going on, and like I've got people like feeding me information, but like that's the job of a reporter. Like, don't post that shit unless you got all of it. Ugh, so bad.
It's not the job of reporters these days to report on news. It's to find ways of being able to profit off news.
Oh yeah. Well, first you've got to first you have to post the hilariously misquoted things to get all the views. Then you've got to post the the developer responds
Out of context.
out of context, so that you can make it bend to a negative tilt, and then from there, then you quietly post updates to those weeks after they launch, so that you don't get sued.
Yeah, but don't say that you don't repost it. Like, make sure it's in the same buried thread.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. You want people to find that, like, if they find it, you want them to find it like 3 months later, if it's a thing at all, because
If they're doing research on it.
yeah, if they remember the thread, if you leave the page up, and in the archived version you leave out any bits that were at all not up to par with legal review. And to the like 10 people that sent messages to the mod mail for Reddit, yeah, we really don't care. We're gonna wait for the official response, and we're gonna pin the official response, which is what we did. Like, we're not there to be a public service announcement because like 3 people who may or may not have already had faulty equipment, or in the instance of one individual tried to shoehorn a 3090 into a computer with 2 fans. Like, fucking come on. You want to complain about overheating? Like, really? My card fried. No shit. Like,
I don't understand. Like 3090 fried, but like I only had it in front of a jet engine.
it's like baking bacon fucking naked and complaining you're getting grease all over yourself, like burning hot grease on yourself. Like, no shit. Like, that's how that works. You learn that lesson fucking once. Oh, yeah. Thank you. those that don't know, if you're watching the stream, Mala distracted me. You can turn on your Twitch drops and connect your account via this link. Definitely worth doing. I believe that I've already set that up. Below the stream, you should see the auto tag for Twitch or for a drops enabled. Yep. Yeah, I rose hell about that the other day. Like, because I was like, what do you mean, like, only the big guys are getting Twitch drops? Like, what gives? And, yeah. This morning, it was all released to the average Joes out there. Not just Globo Jim gets the Twitch drops anymore. So that means if you spent an hour in here, you probably have a Twitch drop. On your Steam or on your Twitch inventory, you can connect the two with the link I sent there, I think. And yeah. Ooh, God. Who do we know out there right now?
Who's streaming?
Yeah.
Um,
So I'm getting a little tired. I'm gonna probably cook some food and. I'm getting a little tired. I'm gonna probably cook some food and. Oh, you know who we could raid? Damone Kim.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a nice dude. He was one of the other guys that, like, back when the cash shop news dropped, wasn't like spitting fire and was like acting as a calming influence in the community. And like he's a really cool dude, so like I think that'd be a cool one to hit up. He's playing New World according to the sidebar, at least. Let me get past the ad to get into his stream here.
Mm-hmm.
Not a hit at him, that's a hit at Twitch.
Oh, okay.
For people thinking, sorry, ads are the thing blocks whatchamacallits, ads or links. And you could always tell me what you were gonna post.
No, that looked very much like it was just advertising.
Oh, well. And that's why we have a bot. For just that.
Well done for being dumb enough to be caught by an automated process.
Yes. Yeah, those definitely look like bot usernames. Like when two people at the same time with basically the same usernames, what in the hell did I walk into? What are you doing on the top of this mountain? Like, what is going on here? I come up to the top of the mountain and
how many?
And
How
there's
many
like
pumas?
there's so many pumas and a bear. Like
What?
it's like
Add some chips, we'll call it fucking carnival.
yeah. Oh, all right. Yeah. So here's what we're gonna do. We're thrilled to have been streaming, but that said, we have been streaming for almost 4 hours. And for those that don't know, like that entire time, we are like, I am. McLeod probably has all of his lights off because he hasn't been on video, but like, there is a very like you can see the shadow here, like there's lighting in the rest of the room. In order to like have like a quality visual, you have to be appropriately lit. So like for 4 hours I'm staring into stage lighting plus an array of monitors. So like at a certain point, like my eyes hurt.
Yeah.
And I know that is entirely not your guys' problem. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop you guys off with Damone Kim, who again I've been talking about for a little bit. Great guy. So let's set up a raid. We'll get that going on the outro. And simply put, as always, and we say this all the time, we are infinitely happy for all the support that we get. We're infinitely happy to have like an amazing community. Thrilled to be able to share all this stuff with you guys, keep you up to date on all of the news and that with New World. And hopefully for those of you who, potentially aren't in the game yet, we will soon see you in the New World.